under that if I get it. Let anybody in here. Coming from you, that's a compliment. They let you in, I get to come. I called ahead of time. And they said, is Ben gonna be there? And they said, good. I go, that way you'll let me in.
Councilman Brawley, you ready?
Ready, sir.
Mr. Phillips, you ready? Councilman Franklin, Councilman Goodwin, Councilman Drake.
Rolling.
Karen, you ready? Karen, are you ready? Okay. Legal, you ready?
Yes, sir.
So, the time is, whatever the time is, 7:01, and I call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Red Oak City Council to order. Let it be known that we do have a quorum. Present, we have Councilman Brawley, Councilman Drake, Councilman Franklin, Councilman Goodwin, and absent is Councilman Wilson. Is that correct? Okay. Notice has been duly posted in accordance to the Texas Government Code, Section 551, and we are here to conduct business for the city. We have several items to kind of go over, and with great pleasure, I invite Councilman Franklin. Are you prepared to lead an invocation?
Always, sir.
Yeah.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we are once again thanking you for being God. We thank you for life. We thank you for health. We thank you for strength. Father, we thank you for protecting our city. We ask that as we transition into this meeting, God, we ask that you give us opening ears, opening hearts to do your will. We ask that every decision that's made is made on your behalf, Father, that you will look down and smile on us. We ask that you continue to protect our city, our leaders, our first responders, our city workers. Give them strength to continue to uphold our city. And we ask that these are in your name. In the name of Christ that I say, pray. Amen. Amen. We're going to do the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilman Frank. All right, so we're at a time where we are able to do presentations. And we actually have some proclamations. Chief Wolf, you want to kind of join me? And this first proclamation is National Crime Victims' Rights Week, and it is April 24th through the 30th, and we as the City Council, Mayor specifically, like to proclaim the week of April 24th through the 30th as Crime Victims' Rights Week, and we as the city reaffirm to creating a victim service and criminal justice response that all victims of crimes during the Crimes Victim Week and throughout the year. And we express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim crime service providers, criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so that they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. And again, I'll put our city up against any other city, and we have a great leader at the helm of it, and we thank you for your service. And, we want our citizens to know that everyone's here to kind of help them. So,
Good, please. The Crime Victim Rights Week was initially started in 1981, and each year that it's been put out there, they have a particular theme. And I wanted to let everybody know that the 2022 National Crime Victims' Rights Week theme is rights, access, equity for all victims. This particular theme underscores the importance of helping crime survivors find their justice by enforcing victims' rights and expanding access to services and ensuring equity and inclusion for all. That starts at the line level with law enforcement, but it migrates up that whole process of adjudication through the court systems and the prosecution that takes place at the county level for victims of crime rights, and then the judges who administer sentences and impose penalties against the perpetrators of crime against those victims. And so it starts at a very rudimentary level by law enforcement and goes all the way up that chain and processes to the courts, where they ultimately render their decisions and hold people accountable. And then within communities, being able to direct those victims to particular crime rights resources and making sure that they have the access to be able to recoup losses or get the proper type of counseling or care that they deserve. And so it's not just law enforcement, it is a culmination of a lot of entities coming together to make an impact on the victims of crime. It starts with us, but it certainly doesn't end with us. But we have to be able to recognize and see it and put in place the resources and the recommendations so they're taken care of. Great, thank you very much.
You closed it before I had a chance.
So our next one is Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and this one is actually in May, but it's before our next council meeting, so we're going to go ahead and make a proclamation for that. You know, we have the council that is part-time, and I'm part-time, and we have our city manager who kind of controls that rudder, but the real nuts and bolts are the people that he has underneath him that kind of help guide everything else and keep him straight. So it is with great pleasure that we as a council and myself as mayor recognize that the week of May 1st through the 7th as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our own professional municipal clerks and to all the professional municipal clerks for the vital service they perform and their dedication to the communities that they represent. So Ms. Stevens and Ms. Summer, and I have forgotten Ms. Summer's last name, and I apologize. Boyd, yes. So I apologize. So. As our city secretary and our deputy city secretary. And then a proclamation that we actually have two recipients for this. And this is National Child Abuse Prevention Month, and that's for April. And we actually have Leslie Dean, who's been with us before, and we have Selena Valdez. Correct. Sure I get them both right. They're both of them are the same, are they not?
There are two different ones. Same proclamation.
Same proclamation. Okay. So, something that is tough to talk about, but it happens in our life, in our communities. And we thank those advocates that stand up and help make that troublesome time as easy as it can be. And, you know, we don't want any of that to happen at all. And so we have a proclamation, and we're going to that we as a council and I as mayor proclaim that April as the National Child Abuse Prevention Month in Red Oak, and urge all citizens to recognize this month by dedicating ourselves to the task of improving the quality of life for all children and families. And so we thank both of you for being here.
I'm Leslie Dean. I'm the executive director of the Ellis County Justice Advocacy Center, and we appreciate so much Red Oak, the city of Red Oak, and your support. Your police chief, Garland Wolf, and his team are instrumental in helping us facilitate joint investigations. Yes, Catherine Jones is here along with Lena. We just want to thank all of our partners. In fact, Ann Montgomery, our DA, is here as well, that we work very closely with her team. And as Garland was speaking earlier about crime victims, we are one of those agencies that helps crime victims with compensation and their families. And so we're so glad to be a part of that for them and want to continue that.
Thank you both for being here. DA, thank you. Ms. Montgomery, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. So, congratulations.
Well, I am a supervisor to Ellis County, and being with the agency, being in Ellis County, I have grown to just love all the counties, all the cities that we have here. Everybody works so closely with us, and we do appreciate law enforcement as well as the community for out to keep safe.
Pictures. Now, finally, Mr. Phillips, are you going to handle this?
We're going to actually let Gloria do that.
Oh, okay. Ms. Platt, you online? So you have an announcement for us?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm very excited to introduce you to our new Assistant Finance Director, Tanangelia Beatty. Tan is very experienced in municipal finance with over 11 years in city government, and most recently from the city of Hutchins. And Tan started with the city of Red Oak on March 21st, so she's settling in comfortably and had a few weeks to do so. So we welcome her to our city team. She's on Zoom, so Tan, feel free to wave or say hello.
Hi, thank you guys for having me.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Beatty. I'm sorry I was waving to people that are leaving, so anyway, but I'm waving to you too. Welcome aboard. I don't think that you could have found a better city to come work for. We've got great staff, and I hear you. So you've hit the ground running, and we're glad you're here, Ms. Beatty.
Thank you.
Welcome. Is that it? That's all we got? Okay, good. Okay. So we are now at a point in what we call citizens' comment. We have 3 that were submitted online, and I'll read them. I don't think that they're here. And then we have 1 that is in person, and Mr. Winters. Oh, there you are. So do you, I'm sorry?
He's going to speak on an item.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Okay, just want to make sure you want to speak on an item, correct? Okay. Okay. All right, so, Mr. Fuller, you want to read what these are? I'm sorry.
So the first one is from Cindy Dooley at 115 Sunglow Loop. And her comment is, please consider extended hours for our public library. Red Oak students need access that is currently unavailable to them. Thank you, Cindy Dooley, retired ROISD teacher and counselor. The second is from Amy Woodward at 215 Moonlight Drive in Red Oak. And her comment is the Red Oak Library should be open in the evening hours and weekends so we can utilize it. I work full-time and I'm unable to take my kids during the day. We're a family of readers that use it regularly pre-COVID. It would be great to be able to use it for school book reports, research, etc. And the third one is from Laura Cheek, and it does not have an address, and I don't know whether it's in the city limits, but her comment is, I want to comment on the importance of opening the library for regular hours. It's impossible for students to visit the library because of limited hours during school hours. Our other libraries are open, wise, and ours, paying taxes for a service we can't utilize, or cheap.
Is there anybody else here that wanted to speak in open forum? Okay. Was there anybody else submitted? Anybody online? Okay. So we
got
will.
one, Mayor.
Whoops, we got one.
I think, is it Mr. Cron?
Yes, hello.
Hello, sir. How are you? Will you please state your address so we can get it on record?
Yes, I'm at 114 Forest Park Lane in
Okay.
Red Oak.
Go ahead.
I'm the newly chosen president of our HOA in Quail Run Estates. And we had a meeting, a owners meeting, and it had come up. We would really like to add some street signs along the right-hand side of Quail Run Drive in our neighborhood, which is, I believe, maintained by the city, stating no parking on this side of the street. We have a congestion problem where people are right now, they're legally able to park on the street on both sides. However, they're utilizing both sides of the street, and it is causing some dangerous congestion and restriction of the use of the road, of the street. And we wanted to know if we got the signs or purchased the signs, or if we added the signs to the street, would the city be able to enforce that on drivers who don't comply?
So,
Specifically, Quail Run.
Quail Run.
Quail Run specifically, correct, sir?
Right.
Yes, Quail Run Drive.
So the answer to that, and Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, but we cannot enforce any signs that the HOA may put up. And the HOA is not actually authorized to put up no parking on the street signs on a city public right-of-way. The solution to that would be that we would need for you to get with our Public Works Director, Scott Williams, and he can coordinate with our police chief and fire chief. And what would ultimately need to happen would be an ordinance requiring that no parking on one side of the street. That would be the only way that we would be able to do that. So I see our chief of police as well as our Public Works Director here, and I will ask them to get with you, and they can start studying and give a recommendation to council at an upcoming meeting.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, and hopefully you got that, but we'll direct staff to kind of reach back out to you. We can't discuss it because it's not on the agenda, but we appreciate you bringing that up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cron. Okay, was there anybody else? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to consent agenda. Consent agendas are items that are considered routine in nature and can be acted upon by one motion. They might be things that we've been previously discussing, like the minutes. Any item can be withdrawn by any council member or city staff, mayor or city manager. Council, is there anything that needs to be withdrawn?
Mayor, I have one that I'd like to make a clarification. Council may want to withdraw it or not, but I want to at least clarify it. So on item 7, the orders, resolution number 22-021R, what we are doing here is going back to normal business, including the library. So that would be no appointments and so forth. And library back to their evening and weekend hours, pre-COVID. We do want to leave it in place, for a couple of reasons. One is I don't want there to be any question down the road sometime if we are getting grant funding or reimbursement funding about whether we have an emergency order in place. So I do want to leave the order in place, but I think we are at a point now where we can lift most of those restrictions, or pretty much all of those restrictions, and be back to normal course, let the library open back up. And I think Jonathan talked to LSS earlier, and they need about a week's transition to get everybody scheduled and everything. So I think we can plan on that being back open by at least by Monday. Maybe sooner, but at least by Monday. So unless you have questions or want to pull something off, that's the clarification.
That's why you're doing that, going back to the library, going back to I was just satisfied with,
Yes, sir.
the ones that you read.
Yes, sir. Yes, unless they're wanting more hours than what we did pre-COVID. I don't think that's the case. It would be back to our normal evening and weekend hours pre-COVID.
What are those hours, what days?
You've never been to a library before.
Well,
Mayor, can we just go ahead and pull item 7?
Sure, we can pull it.
All right. So, any other items that want to be pulled? All right. All right. Entertain a motion to approve the consent items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Councilman Brawley, second by Councilman Franklin. All right. Those in favor?
Aye.
aye. Raleigh, aye.
That's everybody, so that's 4-0. Excellent.
Ron on the.
No, he's not on today.
Yeah, Ron's, yeah, he's not on with us. All right, item 7. So, consider adoption of resolution 22-028R, supplementing resolution 22-021R, extending and amending the state of emergency as a result of COVID-19 virus, providing an interim public safety measure, providing the city manager to provide reasonable regulation and access hour for city public facilities, providing for publishing of resolution, providing the severability clause, and providing an effective date. Okay, discussion.
Logan or Jonathan, can one of you answer the question on the library hours? You're muted, Logan.
Yeah, that was my biggest question, considering we had several citizens with questions about the hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Hey, sorry, City Council and Mayor and City Administration. Going back to library hours would mean Monday through Thursday, library regular hours, Monday through Thursday would be 11 to 7, Friday 1 to 5, and Saturday 1 to 5. These were the hours that we were open pre-COVID. It is 40 hours a week. And so that would be the times, would be Monday through Thursday, 11 to 7, and Friday, Saturday, 1 to 5, half day, Friday, Saturday. So that's what will be open. We're prepared as soon as the city wants to open the front doors.
Thanks, Logan.
Thank you.
Mayor and council, the 40 hours is in our contract, so that's why it's limited to that hours a week.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You know where the library is?
Yeah, I know it's right here.
Okay, just making sure. Okay.
I made a wrong turn.
He has to stop and rest on his way in here, so. Are you good, sir?
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right, yeah, I'll entertain a motion to approve, item 7, resolution 22-028R. I think Councilman Drake had a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
No.
Okay.
I'll second it.
And supplemental resolution number 22-021R. So Councilman Drake? Yep. Second. Councilman, Goodwin? Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, aye.
Raleigh, aye.
Okay, excellent, that's 4-0. All right, now we're on to regular business. Okay. Item 8, conduct a public hearing regarding voluntary annexation of real property generally described as being 5.406 acres, more or less, out of the M.W. Spencer Survey, abstract number 1367 in the city of Red Oak, ETJ, Ellis County, Texas, parcel number 193210. All right. Or pull it up on the screen, Ben or John. So this is another voluntary annexation. Pull it up on the map. This is in relation to Compass Data Centers. The yellow, well, Ben, if you can just point to it. In your packets, it's highlighted in yellow. But as you recall, the IDC had sold the property to the south and to the west of this property to Compass, and that was all annexed in. This is a secondary piece that they have purchased from another property owner that will be brought in to that Compass development project, and they are requesting the annexation to be able to do so. Staff recommends approval. So this is a public hearing, and I will open the public hearing at 7:28. Is there anyone here or online that wants to speak on this? Yeah, this is part of their grand scheme for companies, so. Yeah, we don't hear anything. So I do have one little question. So is that, where's the county line on that? Is it to the north of that piece? It's the northern border of that piece. That property actually extends up further, but they're just bringing in the portion that's in the city. And it's really angled like that? Yes. Okay. All right. I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing at 7:29. Councilman Brawley. Councilman Drake. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Aye.
Drake, aye.
Raleigh, aye.
That closes at 7:29. All right. So we have to do on that one right now, right? Yes, okay.
Item 9 is the actual annexation of that.
Okay. So, item 9, consider approval of ordinance number 22-012, the City Council of the City of Red Oak, Texas, providing for voluntary annexation of territory generally described as being 5.406 acres, more or less, out of the M.W. Spencer Survey, abstract 1367 in City of Red Oak, ETJ, Ellis County, Texas, as described in Exhibit A, which is attached hereto and incorporated herein for all purposes to the City of Red Oak, Texas, and extending the boundaries of the city
boundary limits of the city so as to include said property within the city limits, granting to all inhabitants and owners of said property all the rights and privileges of other citizens, and binding all inhabitants by all the ordinances, acts, resolutions, and regulations of said city, providing for a service plan which is attached hereto and incorporated herein by reference, providing a severability clause and providing an effective date.
And again, the same explanation on the same piece of property, since it is a voluntary annexation, we're allowed to do it in an expedited fashion. So we're good to go ahead and move forward.
So I'll entertain a motion, so in other words, no posted dates or anything like that?
Correct.
Okay. I entertain a motion of approval of ordinance number 22-012.
So moved.
Councilman Goodwin. Second. Councilman Franklin. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Aye.
Frank, aye.
Raleigh, aye.
That passes 4-0. Item 10, conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 22-013, the city of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance map of the city of Red Oak, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting a change in zoning from Plan Development 88 revised PD 88R as previously revised to Plan Development 88 revised 1 PD 81 R1 to allow for addition of the land into said PD to provide for development use and maintenance of said property under the Ranchette Estate District RAE standards of approximately 4.56 acres on Lot 3, Block 1 of the Brooks Addition, located at 100 Country Creek Court, and part of the tract located north of Red Oak Road and approximately 230 feet west of Hidden Lane, situated in the S. Thomas Survey, Abstract 695, Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, said property being more particularly depicted by Exhibit A, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty of fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing an effective date. Case ZC 22-11, requested by Chris Lofton and Lance Brooks. Dr.
Emma?
Yes.
Emma's fine.
Yeah, all right.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a request to rezone proposed Lot 3, Block 1 of the Brooks Addition from PD 88R and Single Family Residential District 1 to Ranchette Estates District in order to bring the existing 3,000 square foot barn into conformance and have one zoning district on both properties. The maximum size of an accessory structure in the current zoning district is 650 square feet, and the tract of land currently has a barn without a primary structure. An accessory structure is required to have a primary structure on the same lot. By rezoning this property to one zoning district, the property can be platted into one lot. And the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval for this request.
So is there,
So if you look at if you're looking at your screen there, it kind of see this creek, that's the lot line currently, and then it cuts off right here where this house is. Well, there's an existing barn back there that doesn't belong to any, our zoning requires an accessory structure to have a main structure. Barn has no main structure associated with it. So Mr. Lawson can't get things like permits, stuff like that, because he doesn't adhere to any of the zoning. So what he's trying to accomplish is or what we're proposing to accomplish is to incorporate this land into his current house. So that his lot becomes, instead of this 0.25 acres or whatever it is, that his house is on, it becomes 4.8 acres with the existing barn on it. Now, barn has a main unit, and the main unit has an accessory building. The reason we chose that RAE is because RAE does allow barns up to 3,000 square feet to be utilized on the property. Instead of what our typical would be is you have to come in and do this. But the existing structure, we went with the RAE to try to make it fit in.
Where exactly is that?
Right at the corner of Red Oak Road. Jump back to the map.
Red Oak Road.
Yeah, so we're right here at City Hall, so go up Clear Creek, take a left on Red Oak Road, it's after the 90s as you're going out on Red Oak Road. Got this one house facing Red Oak Road, the house is the tennis court here, and then the property is where this creek comes through down. And so we did, in order to get the plating, there was a lot of technical things we had to do with drainage and whatnot, but we get all that squared away so that they've got an appropriate drainage easement laid out so that that water is conveyable and can't be blocked or anything like that.
So is there a meter on that barn?
So there's not a meter right now, and that's one of the reasons we told them that you were going to have to do all this zoning stuff is because we can't give you a permit because you don't have an address. We can't give you an address without getting a proper plat, and you can't get a proper plat because you're not zoned properly.
So will that have to be a business meter?
I don't think so. Just be a regular meter. It just needs an address associated with it so that you can get one, and then we have to do our inspection.
Right.
But again, you couldn't get any of that because the first step of the process is zoning.
And it's not associated with that house right there in the front. It used to be, and that's how they.
Yeah, I guess it used to be. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure on the history.
I think that's Mr. Brooks.
So subdivided away.
Okay.
Yeah, so what happened is they divided the bigger piece before going out and getting it platted and zoned and everything, so they got stuck in a tight spot. So they just used the creek as a dividing line and sold off that portion of the property, which now needs to do this to be fixed. P&Z did approve it.
Correct.
The actual house is actually, addressed to Country Bridge.
Right.
And that's where they're.
So that, there's no, requirements from that aspect on how it's brought in?
It has adequate frontage on Country Ridge. So
Just the normal
the
house.
address for you to bar. Strange configuration of the lot.
So this is a public hearing, so we'll open the public hearing at 7:39. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this?
Mr. Lawson had a letter in there.
Yes, you did.
What page?
It's right before item 11.
Okay. So we make sure that that gets put into the minutes?
Yes, I, Christopher Lofton, am trying to rezone property to include house making at 4.56 acres. The back 4 acres are a barn and pond and a gazebo area. Not looking to build anything particular too soon, just would like to utilize it as backyard. Maybe at some point a mother-in-law quarters, but that's not on the table anytime soon. Remove the lot line to include acreage as 100 Country Ridge Court, making it all one property.
This does that, it takes all
Yeah,
their back.
this was basically his zoning request to us when we helped him with the application process.
All right, anyone else care to speak on this? The time is 7:40, and I'll entertain a motion to close. Councilman Brawley.
Second.
Councilman Franklin. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Aye. Drake, aye.
Raleigh, aye.
That closes at 7:40. All right, so now we're going to take this matter at hand. Counselor, is there any questions that you have?
No questions.
I'll entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 22-013.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Goodwin, Councilman Drake. Discussion?
None.
All right. Entertain a motion to approve that.
So moved.
Well, actually, we already got that. I want to vote, I'm sorry.
Franklin, aye.
Goodwin.
Aye. Drake, aye.
Raleigh, aye.
All right, that passes 4-0. Excellent. It's not as scary as what you thought. Get your permit.
You want help?
Yeah, I just said it's fine. Takes a long time. All right. Item 11. Item 11 is conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 22-014, the City of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the City of Red Oak, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting a change in zoning from agriculture AG to land development of 135, PD 135, being approximately 147.287 acres for the single-family homes and associated open spaces out of the Robert A. Lamons Survey Abstract 628, generally located on the southwest corner of Poe Road and West Pratt Road, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas. Said property being more particularly described in Exhibit A, which is attached hereto and incorporated herein, providing for development regulations, concept plan, landscape plan, signage, amenities in Exhibit B through F, respectively, which are attached hereto and incorporated herein, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty of fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing an effective date, case ZC 22-006, requested by First Homes Texas. Dortmund, or?
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
take this one. I've got
Okay.
just a little more history on it. So if y'all remember, last meeting, we finalized the annexation for this. It was voluntarily annexed to the city, so that they could develop. So as y'all know, with a lot of these parcels that are on the outskirts, we have challenges with sewers, so there's no sewer availability, so we're doing a larger lot subdivision that'll have septic systems. And because we do control the septic permitting, we allow down to the half-acre minimum for septic, for TCQ minimum versus the county, which prefers the 1 acre setup. In looking at this property, I'd like to just go over a little bit about the zoning around it. It's bordered by a lot of county land. Here is the northern limits of the city and the county. So we've got county homes up here. We've got county homes along Bear Creek here up until this point, and then we've got a few homes in here that are in the city limits. These are all zoned, the ones that are in the city limits are zoned R8. So these newer homes will be similar in a zoning standard that the R8 homes are. They're actually a little more stringent with requirements based on home size. The RA minimum is 2,000 square feet, whereas these are going to be in between, we'll have 50% set at 2,200 square foot minimums, and the other 50% at a minimum of 2,400 square. Obviously, that's a minimum. They can build them, up to 5,000, 6,000 square feet, whatever they want to have. as long as they're in line with the lot coverage requirement.
Where's Pratt Road?
So on the map here, we've got Pratt Road here. So it's making this, hard 90 and then this hard 90 again, and I'll get to do, so that is on our master thoroughfare plan.
That's south of Mobilla?
I'm sorry?
South of Mobilla?
North.
We're north of Mobilla right now, so yeah, this is.
Show him Stainback Road.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, so here's Stainback, coming in right here.
Okay, I got it. It's the county line, doesn't it?
Right.
So, prior to, doing any, or kind of finalizing these layouts, Todd and I met with the city of Lancaster about, Pratt Road and the realignment.
Can
Currently,
that get on these screens
Oh,
somehow?
I'm sorry, is it not showing up?
No, it's up here, but not over here. All right.
Okay. Todd and I met with the city of Lancaster, about the plans for Pratt Road, because we've got Pratt on our master thoroughfare plan. At the time, it was connecting with Loop 9, which was gonna, be right at the county line. Since then, of course, it's moved farther north. So we met with Lancaster on how that would work, and what plans, if any, they had. And so, the plan they showed was to come up, I'm sorry, am I back on Google Maps, or you guys?
Yes.
Okay. So their plan had it shown coming up through here, blowing through this house, coming back over here, blowing through this house and this house to meet back up with, Poe, which ultimately went up to Ranger, which ultimately went up to 9. So after discussions, that didn't seem like it was gonna be a likely avenue for the road, and it surely was not gonna get done anytime soon, from Lancaster's point of view. So, we said, okay, we'll just make this transition to get rid of these 90s in the city limits so that we can get it done now, and that there's a more viable option for the roadway to continue to Loop 9, which is the point, going to get people from Mobilla up to Loop 9. So that's kind of how that, transpired to, are we back on the?
Yes.
Okay, and so that's how we ended up with this, curve through to eliminate, the hard 90s at the Pratt Road. So the developer was able to lay this out in a way, to get, 147 lots, which is a good yield for the area. Again, like, it is in line with what's been developed, over here. The creek is a main feature of the subdivision, and so they've incorporated, some walking trails and things like that for the neighborhood into the creek. Part of the landscaping is gonna be to go in and clean up the creek up to about 8 feet so that the trail can meander in and out, and it's actually usable, versus what happens a lot of times, you kind of throw it off to the side and throw away land. But we wanted to make sure that the neighborhood had a spot that was actually usable. Along Pratt, we'll have masonry screening wall with landscaping and 5-foot sidewalks. The sidewalks will connect through these green spaces, so there'll be quite a bit of walking trail area in the subdivision. On this side of the road, we've got the old Pratt Road is masonry screening with sidewalk along here. This old Pratt Road alignment is, I think it's in between 18 and 22 feet of asphalt. And so, up to the entrances of the subdivision, which they've got 2 on this side, they'll improve that to concrete, roadway. The rest of the subdivision will all be concrete roadway on the interior. Jump to elevation. So the homes, Homes will be high value, good-looking products. We did want to make sure we got, we do have a lot of First Texas products in the city. A lot of what they did in Cold Manor was really good. We did want to make sure we didn't end up with some of their lesser products. I don't know what else to kind of say, that are maybe a little less detail-oriented, like these homes that they provided us were very detailed. They had a lot of color changes, a lot of material changes, really good-looking products. And so we did include a few examples of products that would not meet the intent of the ordinance. So real quick.
How many lots was that?
147.
I really like the way they laid that out.
So this is the First Texas product, and I actually think it might be, similar to, or very similar to one of the other elevations we just looked at, but there's very little material change and plane change and things like that. So we just wanted to make sure, we included some that say these specifically don't meet the intent of the ordinance, so that if they do try to build what we would deem as lesser compared to the ones they showed us, then we can at least say, hey, you guys promised us the higher end stuff.
Great.
That's my house. Well, you gotta hire him.
So this is the landscape plan here. I just want to point out, they're utilizing, there's an existing pond there that, it's gonna remain as a wet pond. It's also gonna serve as detention. So it'll have a certain level, the normal pool, and then additional storage above that for further detention. They are gonna do a deck out onto the water, so it could be used, for fishing or whatever, just a nice overlook of the pond, which I think is really key. You don't want to have a pond just out there. You want it to be utilized. This is the main entry for the subdivision. It's divided. It's got entry monumentation, good landscaping, and then the mailbox center is located here. They've provided a dive-in for cars to park, jump out real quick, get your mail, and leave. But it's also got a lot of connections. It's got a lot of sidewalk connections going over to it so that pedestrians, we want to encourage everyone to walk there, but we just know that's not going to happen. We want to also provide motorized access as well. Decorative street signs, decorative street lights, just like all of our other subdivisions. They are providing some a gazebo kind of out near in the landscaped area by the pond and a playground. These aren't the exact details, it's more of an intent picture, just showing that they're going to provide something like this for the.
Can they provide that mountain?
The mountain. Like Ferris go.
Yeah, well, not like Ferris.
Not like Ferris.
So one of the major discussion points at P&Z was the alignment of what's going to happen with Pratt Road. And so we had a small detail, and they've since then provided a larger detail for us. It's a tough go through there right now. It's pretty tight. I've driven out there. I know y'all all live around. Y'all have been out there. It's tight. But the intent in the future would have the road realigned through here with appropriate radii to make it a smooth transition. The developer is not proposing to do this right now, but I will mention there is a PID. They've asked, inquired about doing a PID for the subdivision. That's not before us tonight, but they have mentioned that, and they are looking to do a PID to help fund this project. So this could be something to be looked at that be included in the PID. If y'all felt it was necessary to do at that time.
So show us the part that they are doing.
Well,
Where
before
will
we
they
do
stop?
that, if I may ask, why aren't they interested in doing this now, up front?
Money.
So that lot right there,
There's two components, the cost of the roadway itself, and then the acquisition of the land and the property owners. Because this is off-site and you've got a different property owner here that they would have to acquire land from.
Actually, two, one on the north side.
Yeah,
Also
I'm sorry.
the north and south side of Steinbeck, right?
Correct.
I think most of the traffic is gonna go out right here. Instead of Pratt.
I think the traffic to that subdivision will, but what you gotta be able to do is envision long-term, once Loop 9 is built up there. It's not gonna be just that subdivision trying to go somewhere. They'll be going to Loop 9, but you're gonna have, people all along Steinbeck, all along Oakville Road who are not necessarily gonna wanna drive all the way into town to get to 35 and go up. They're gonna wanna take this and go up and hit Loop 9. So it's kind of a tightrope in terms of we don't want to overly burden this project to the point that it's not viable for them to do it. Because if that happens, then we have no road improvements and we have an 18-foot, 90-degree S-curve roadway. But at the same time, we need to be able to get everything lined up in a fashion so that over time, we'll be able to get the whole thing accomplished, which is kind of what, Ben, I was asking you. If you can show us what exactly they are proposing to do.
Right now, the proposed, is to really tie it back in where it's at.
So they're doing 4 lanes.
Yeah, so through the subdivision will be 4 lanes, and then it'll transition back down to the Pratt Road 2 lanes.
Just north of that intersection with Steinbeck?
Yes, wherever the property line is. And I'm sorry, I took out the transition on the exhibit.
Route 9 have access roads.
There you go. Initially, it will only be access roads. So what will happen is it'll be ultimately a 6-lane divided highway with 2 service lanes going each direction.
Okay.
Initially, there'll be 2 service lanes. I believe that will ultimately be the eastbound. It'll be south of the main lanes. Those 2 service road lanes will go in and it'll be 2-way traffic initially with phase 1. Then they'll come back as traffic increases, build the other 2 frontage lane roads on the north side of the ultimate design, and then come back and add the main lanes over time. Similar to kind of what they did with 360 in a way.
Sorry, is that TxDOT or the?
TxDOT.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you're looking at your screen there, this is the property boundary, development boundary here, and so it's gonna come back in to the existing Pratt Road, which is a small, asphalt transition. Now, this is just a exhibit for zoning. Obviously, there's far more detail when we actually get into engineering, so, but this was their intent. Don't include any realignment, at this time.
Understand Councilman Franklin's concern, but really it's all site, we're gonna do the avenue to the process. Yeah, it's outside. action. Can't make them build up, so do it. They can do a bid, or they can.
I think you would have to finish Pratt with it, because that's,
They don't have to do, they don't have to,
that's their.
but that would be their responsibility north of the county line.
Dallas County.
Right, and that's why we went with our version, because our version did this, which their version might have been better for us, but it might not have ever happened.
Yeah.
You know, we talked to them and they had no plans on the horizon to do anything with it, which would have left us with a 90-degree S-curve that we're trying to get rid of in other locations, so why would we want to have one right here going to Route 9?
Pratt's eventually gonna go to about 4 lanes.
Yes, and that's what they're putting in
Yeah,
through the
right.
subdivision, 4 lanes, yes.
That's gonna be a lot, it's gonna be a mess.
Yeah.
Get that down to,
And it's gonna take a lot of traffic over time. It may not for a few years,
yeah,
you know, till Loop 9 gets built, but
Yeah.
eventually it's gonna be a big traffic
yeah.
roadway.
So anything else, sir?
Nope, unless you guys got any questions.
Okay. So this is a public hearing.
I would make one other, you know, just a point, is, you know, that bridge on the north bridge on Pratt may be wide enough, that southern bridge is pretty narrow.
Yeah.
Now, that's gonna be narrow regardless of whether this subdivision goes in or not.
Right.
And we're gonna have to keep that on the radar in the coming years, that we may have to widen that at some point, so we don't bottleneck everything down there. That's not necessarily for this development, but just for you all to keep in mind.
Yeah, that's a run from Spain back down to, Oville.
Okay. So the public hearing will open at 8:02, and, Mr. Winters, if you'll state your name and your address.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Todd Winters at 201 Windkill Circle in White, Texas. I'm here on behalf of the developer, Alluvium Development. Ben, as always, does a fantastic job giving you a comprehensive look at this. As he said, we have 147 lots on 147 acres. Our typical lot size is 125 foot wide, 210 feet deep. So it's a big lot that affords us a bigger house. We're going to have 100-foot wide pads on these. We're going to have 8% that have at least have a side entry garage, so you won't see the typical elevations that you saw is what First Texas Home is going to offer out there. So that we're talking about, you know, big houses. When you have a 100-foot wide pad, I mean, these houses are going to be big. There's going to be very few of them at this minimum living area that we've talked about here too. One thing that Ben talks about as well is the landscaping that we're going to do here. We have 28 acres of open space. So you guys are blessed in Red Oak with lots of really nice creeks. We went to great lengths to honor those. I mean, we left the buffer along the big creek there so that everybody in the neighborhood can enjoy it. We have trails along there. There will be a pavilion, playground. We're going to take that lake and make it a usable lake with a boardwalk as this. And that creek that runs south through the project, we're going to leave that in a natural state as well. So we will go in there and clean that up. We have trails across it to kind of have an east-west connectivity, so people from the east don't have to go all the way around the street to get to the amenities and have access to it. So it is very heavily amenitized. We are going to build 48 feet of pavement up Pratt Road through north-south, because this, Mr. Fuller said, this will be a north-south collector here, especially when Loop 9, because it's only a few blocks to Lancaster there at Loop 9, so it surely will have this connectivity down to Oakville sooner than later. We talked about streets and creeks and open space and how this is going to be amenitized, but I know the next item on the agenda is the preliminary plat, but I want to just touch on up here about drainage. I know we've met with the adjacent property owners. We've met with Mr. Gary this afternoon as far as looking at the drainage and the alignment of Pratt Road there. I think we've answered most of his questions. We're going to actually go out and stake where this right-of-way will be, where this paving will be, so that we can all look at it, see if there's any adjustments that need to try to save this fence out there as well. So We do know we have a lot of drainage coming through here. There's over 100 acres to the north that comes through this project to a study to show that we're keeping that within the channel. We will have detention down here. This pond you see, there will be a retention pond that will have water in it at all times, but have a detention storage value above that. So we will be coming back with a developer's agreement and a PID soon. This is actually the most expensive, the most expensive lots we've ever developed. I'm sure you guys hear the pipe prices have doubled and concrete stuff, and we only have 147 lots here, so the PID will generate some money, but with only 147 lots, there's only a certain amount per lot that you tax, and so it really is marginal even with just the 100 lots. So it will be very difficult for us to go anywhere south of that, just sheer cost and having to acquire right-of-way and trees and alignments and creek crossings. But we can always talk about that when we get back to that point. But I believe that this is going to be a very nice subdivision, with big homes, First Texas homes. The value of these homes are going to be between $450,000 and $725,000. So it's about $100 million of value. Not to mention, the pavement that we're going to put out here and the amenities that are obviously open. And then we do have rocket water, and we're having to run a water line, a 12-inch water line from the north end of this project all the way down to Avila Road. And that's about $1.4 million. It's a very expensive project, but I think it's going to turn out very nice. Once we have cleaned up the creek, and we're going to save all the big trees through the natural drainage way there, so I think it's going to be one of the nicest subdivisions. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
So is that 17,000 square feet right away from Mr. Gary that you're talking about? You're going to go out and stake? Is that what you're saying off to the side? Is that Gary's here? Yeah. Is that what y'all had been discussing earlier?
We talked about it earlier, yeah.
Okay.
Because
I'd hate to think that you go from 4 lane to 2 lane because you can't get that worked out with him.
Well, to answer that question, someone asked earlier, where would that pavement stop? And we're not going to make that little tail on it. We will come to where it kind of squares up with the future alignment, and then we'll transition probably right before we get to the intersection there with Stain Back. Because even if we have to escrow a small portion for the future or something, we would, but we want to stay away from his fence if we can. We want to stay away from that intersection if we can, and have it transition back before people have to come to that stop station.
Yes.
But we will sign it, make sure everybody can see it, and stripe it and everything else to make sure that it's visible. Because there is a visibility issue out there. So, no.
This goes here to be one of the best developments in the city. I think that it's better than Cole Road, but
yeah, it's interesting. Some of those are almost an acre, a little over an acre lots, and some are, so anyway, okay. Is that all, sir? Okay. Anyone else want to speak on this? Please, Mr. Gary.
Mike Gary, 1512 State Bank. I think it's going to be a great subdivision. I don't have a problem with the subdivision. What I'm seeing, the way they're doing the road, and the city not have any plans to do anything south of Steinbach, is going to be a problem. If they can move that road some way to make it align with the new bridge, you would get rid of a whole lot of trying to acquire property, and I'm good with them building the house. I'm fine with all that. It's just, they're coming into our neighborhood and going, we're gonna put the road here, and then y'all are gonna come say, hey, we're gonna take your property to straighten the road out, let's take their property and straighten the road out.
So, just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So a little further south than that, or is that what you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about. If from this red line below, if we would head northwest instead of northeast, which I understand, they're gonna have to lay some lots out and do some different stuff, but you're making an S-curve right there. It's not a big S-curve. It's better than what it is now, but you're gonna have to acquire my property and my neighbor's property. That's just my 2 cents.
So you're saying, we're coming straight up like that.
So bisect lot 8.
Because right now, if they build those houses like they're gonna build them, and y'all don't do something with that road before those houses get built, there's gonna be cars in the backyard of those people's houses. If you'll show the P&Z pictures, you can already see where the cars ran through the fence and the fence is down. I mean, it happens on, see that fence right there? Gone. That's what if you'll angle up from right there up to your S-curve, get rid of that curve right there on your right-hand side.
So is this your property up to the right?
Yes, sir.
That's right.
Whose land is that?
That's the land that's developed.
You have to go across that other lot.
They're gonna build a house right there where that cursor is. So when you come off that bridge on Pratt Road headed north, you make that little curve, you're gonna be headed right in those people's backyard.
Okay. Anything else?
And, he's talking about saving trees, and I'm good with saving trees, but he's saving them all on his property, and if y'all annex and take our property, then we lose all those trees. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gary. Anyone else? Please.
Yes, I have a comment from home, please.
Okay, please state your name and your address.
120 Steinbeck.
Whoop, hang on just a second. We got somebody online. So just a second. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My name is Larry Duke. I live at 300 Valley Trail in Red Oak. And I would just like to agree with your last speaker, Mr. Gary. Intersection of Pratt and Steinbeck is already a bad intersection. And if you continue on with the plat that you've been presented and add an S-curve, it's just going to make a bad situation worse. The developer and owner here has 147 acres to work with, and I would surely think that there could be alternatives to come up if Pratt Road, in fact, has to be repositioned. Probably alternatives better than what we're seeing on the plat that you're going to vote on tonight. So if you haven't been out there to this intersection, you need to go visit it because, like Mr. Gary just said, the fence is knocked down, that fire hydrant at the intersection has been hit numerous times. AT&T had some phone equipment that's been knocked down so many times. I think they finally just pulled up and hadn't reinstalled it. It's a bad intersection coming off that new concrete bridge. So please consider alternatives before you vote on this. My other question or statement is that earlier you just mentioned the narrow bridge to the south of Steinbeck. That's not just a narrow bridge. That's got a posted sign that says it's a one-lane bridge. Also, a weight-restricted bridge. I believe the weight limit is 23,000 pounds. So you're going to have to do something about that probably sooner than later because if you're looking at 147 more houses and vehicles, plus all the heavy trucks and trailers and heavy construction equipment that is going to have to use that weight-restricted one-lane bridge for access to this new development, I think you're going to have problems. We just can't keep putting that one-lane weight-restricted bridge off and off and off. I've seen some heavy equipment go across it in the last 18 months during the Hidden Creek Phase 3 development. So we can't just say, yeah, we need to do something about that someday. I think today we need to start talking about that. But please reconsider the plat you have before you tonight, because the way Pratt Road is designed on that, I think that'll just make a bad situation worse. If you have any questions or comments, go right ahead. If not, that's all I have.
Thank you. Can you restate your name and your address, so we can make sure the city secretary gets that?
Chris Moses, 120 Stingback Court, Red Oak.
The last speaker.
Last speaker, my name is Larry Duke. I live at 300 Valley Trail, Red Oak, Texas.
All right. You got that? Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Moses, thank you.
So, I am here also because.
And your address, I'm sorry, go ahead
120
again.
Stingback. Big category.
Okay, good.
Because I have concerns as well, and I've talked to several people out there over the last week about them taking Mike's land, the neighbor across the street's land, to do this.
And that's to the south of Steinbach?
Yeah, Mike is on
the north, and you're talking about
Mike is on the south of Steinbach Road, right, Mike, is that where you're at?
I'm on the north side.
You're on the, yeah, you're on the north side. Yeah, but they're gonna be taking, like he said, they're gonna be taking out more trees on that side than they will the other side.
Okay.
But like he said, it's a dangerous curve down there, but if they would just take that road and just straighten it right out through the addition, yeah, they're gonna lose maybe a couple of lots there. They could build a house on, make money on, but they're gonna take his land, the other guy's land. That ain't fair to them. They got limited amount of land over there as it is. They got cattle and stuff over there. So that was one concern I had. The other concerns, like she just said, it is a weight load limited bridge out there. And there's been trucks going across it that shouldn't be going across it to begin with. And then you already got, I want y'all to remember this, there's 40 homes fixing to be built right there in Hidden Creek, on top of these 147 that's fixing to be built. So remember, that's almost 200 homes out there in that area. They can be right there. And I have a lady that moved down here from Minnesota a year and a half ago to Red Oak, Texas, bought a dog from me. They moved in the neighborhood right there across from Exxon 342, third house built. They're moving out and moving to Springtown now because of the crime that's going on in that neighborhood. So when you are talking about houses being built out there, we need quality homes that are large homes. We don't need 2,200 square foot homes out there at all. We need the kind of homes that are going to draw in people who have a lot of money in that area. And another thing too I had concern with is they're talking about a 4-lane road there, which is great going to Loop 9. But that's going to be a lot of traffic one day going all the way to Loop 9 right through that neighborhood. And so 4 lanes is great for that kind of traffic, but you're going to have no parking signs out there in that second lane at some point. Not right now, but eventually you will when Loop 9 opens up. And if y'all haven't been out there, councilman, to look at the Loop 9 project, you need to go out there and look at it and get familiar with what's going on. Because some of you, I can tell, hadn't been out there. It has already started. That project has already started. And it's going all the way to 45. And like Todd said, it is right now one service road, 2 lanes, 1 lane going each way. What they're starting on. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moses. So, is there anybody else online that wants to speak on this? Anyone else here local? Please go ahead. State your name and your address.
Stony Pate, 1543, Steinbach. So I'm just curious, I mean, the whole intent is to bring homes and revenue to Red Oak, correct? Why aren't people that live out there now receiving services of Red Oak on a regular? I myself and Mike and other folks out there, you know, doing our part to try to keep stuff clean and attractive. Seems to fall on deaf ears when I call the city of Red Oak to come out.
So we're talking about this specific project.
Right. So you want to bring in these homes, let's tie it all together. I mean, you're talking about future expansion, you know, going into Loop 9. Again, like Mr. Moses just talked about, you want to run a 4-lane through there with homes sitting on half-acre lots. How close to the road are these homes going to be? I mean, let's think about this long term. I just have a question. Why half-acre lots? Yes, if we're going with septic. And the recommendation with Ellis County is minimum 1 acre. Why is Red Oak going down to half acre? These are acres.
No, they're less than that. So we'll answer that here in just a second.
Okay, so I mean, my concern with that is, so you're gonna have anaerobic systems, correct? Not gonna be field lines. They're supposed to be monitored, and you know, people don't take care of stuff. They don't stay on top of it. I'm down there next to people that, you know, they have aerobic systems. I can tell when they don't do their proper maintenance. Now you're talking about 147 homes. It's quite a stench. Yeah, and like I said, it's been stated, we're not gonna stop progress, but also, if the name of the game is to attract folks, I mean, maybe I'm the odd duck here, but these are gonna have front-facing garages, is that correct?
A few number, I think.
There's 20% allowance for them, but 80% required to be on the side. So a lot of them have, 3-car option, so we don't count the, built to a side entry, that's a 2-car, with a tandem third bay off on the other side, so that single front bay can front, but only 20%.
I just concerned citizen about, you know, let's think ahead, just like the bridges and the roads and everything else. Yeah, that's all I got.
Great, thank you very much. And you got his name? Okay, great. Thank you.
Real quick to address, they both said the same thing. None of these homes front on the main roadway.
Right.
They all back to the main road, and the screening, they've got, the homes are fronted interior to the subdivision, and the backs of those homes have the brick screening wall, then the landscaping, and then the sidewalk and the curb.
So there won't be parking along that street?
Yes, there wouldn't be any reason to park along that roadway.
I couldn't hear you earlier. You say screen on the outside of that building.
So a brick screening wall?
Will be brick?
Yeah.
All right, so this still is a public hearing. Anybody else that needs to speak on this? Okay, I'll entertain a motion at 8:23 to close this public hearing. So moved. Councilman Franklin. Councilman Drake. Those in favor? Franklin, aye.
Good night. Raleigh, aye.
Drake, aye.
All right, that closes at 8:32. So I'm not quite sure I understood if you're in the city limits, you're not getting city services. So if that's not the case, if you're not getting city services, then I'm going to direct you to someone to reach back out to you to find out, because I didn't quite understand your statement there. So, and I really can't talk about it other than that because it's not on the agenda. But it concerns me if you're in the city and you're not getting services. So, Mr. Phillips, we'll probably follow up with you. Okay. There was one other statement that you made that.
The septic stuff, so there's an HOA.
Okay.
And so septic, you know, that issue would be internally handled most likely with the HOA, and then the TCQ minimum, so the state minimum is half acre, and then a lot of times the county is required, they actually have lotting requirements versus septic, home size requirements. And so their lotting requirements are generally 1 acre. And that's why you end up kind of like interchangeably say, well, the county requires a minimum of an acre for septic, but that's to control things like trailer parks and stuff like that. So that they
TCEQ said half an acre?
That's the TCEQ minimum, Texas, environmental quality.
Ellis County has 1 acre.
Right.
And reason why, and legal, is this allowed to, we can discuss this since it's pertaining to why it is.
Policy.
Okay.
County's policy.
Yeah, so, and a local.
Just because they don't have zoning control.
Right.
They have to require extra larger lots in order to keep an unintended consequence of trailer, park situations like we had over House of Praise from where people put in a double wide or manufactured house and collected septic system, so they're requiring a larger lot. That's it.
Okay. And so why we will do one less is developers to get annexed into the city to make the density high enough to justify their expense. That's why, that's how it's happening in the city.
So there are a lot of HOAs, of course.
No, they'll still be under the same maintenance requirements, as anybody else, but you still have to have the contract and all that good stuff. But you have the added enforcement of the HOA. So they'll still have the normal requirements, but the HOA can also come in and just like they can if the city says your grass can be 10 inches, but the HOA says it can only be 4, well, the HOA can come in and make you cut it to 4, where the city can require it to be 10. So you're gonna have something similar there. But there'll still be, you know, the same regulations that everybody else has. It's just HOA can do it.
State that again?
You no longer have to have a contract. Law change.
Okay.
So, right down my street here, just everybody else's crap. But they don't know how to maintain it, all the new people who in. Right, so I mean, that's just my concern is that we're looking at it now.
Sure.
But later on down the road, you know, our intent is to beautify a road. Yeah, it looks great now, but later on down the road, people move out, and get tired of smell and everything. Whatever.
So can't discuss that. It does bring up some concerns. I think we got some of the rest of your statements. I think everybody else all good? Okay. Council, let's discuss this project.
I got a
Yes,
question about,
okay.
trees. What's the law on taking trees down?
Whatever you make them. We don't have a tree ordinance, so it would be required in the actual ordinance that you're creating. We don't have a overarching one throughout the entire city. So you would need to do that within the PD that you're using. And
So if you remove trees from this property, you don't have to.
I guess he'd be buying
if you're
that.
talking about off-site.
Well, I mean, his property.
Well,
Yeah,
he's gonna be buying that right away. Is
Right.
What they're proposing is that 17,000 square feet of right of way purchase, and there may be trees on there. So he has to compensate him for the land and for the tree loss.
Now, you can also negotiate going in and putting new trees out, and, you know, so forth too. But just in terms of that, it would, after they purchase it, then it would be not on his property, and that would be something that need to be worked out prior to the purchase of, okay, we're gonna give you this much money, and we're gonna replant you X number of trees to help make up for it.
So how'd these discussions go in P and Z?
Most of the, feedback was related to the alignment of the road, and then, the other feedback we received is that we should be building $5 million houses on 5-acre lots. Central discussion.
I don't think First Texas has that. I don't think we saw that, thing. So it is interesting, you know, this major road kind of bisects the subdivision. And Mr. Carey, to me, it seems like that road could be designed a little bit better, but I'm not an engineer. Do you know, did y'all look at anything like that during y'all's working with First Texas?
We asked for some alignment. That's, the alignment they provided was within the specs of, our radii requirements.
So if you did go the other way, you're still gonna be buying from two property owners, because you're gonna have to buy the person on the west side of Pratt, you're gonna have to corner clip and buy them out, and then you're also gonna have to buy and
Vince Miller?
Yeah, I don't like that.
So but that's just one person, right?
No, so far that's one person, but you're still gonna have to buy on the east side of Pratt eventually, because you're gonna have to widen Pratt, and you're not gonna be able to widen Pratt to the west because of the ponds and so forth that are up against the right of way. So when Pratt does widen to 4 lanes, you're gonna have to get it on the east side. Unless I'm mistaken, I'm not an engineer, but just looking at it, that's what I see. You're gonna have to buy some from him and him, or you're gonna have to buy some from him and him to make it work. So it just depends on which one you like better. I can't say.
Run on the west side of, correct?
What's that?
The water line, it's gonna have to be upgraded to 12 inch. It runs on the west side of Pratt, correct?
I have no idea. It's not our water line. I don't know.
I'm sorry for that.
So currently, there are 2 homeowners that are in negotiation with the developer at free will, like no eminent domain or anything. They're at free will, they're doing their own negotiation for the.
Only
the land.
one right now, and that's Mr. Gary, right?
They're talking. I don't know that they're negotiating, but they've talked.
This is only affecting the property value, which, you know, I really don't give 2 dead flies. My main concern is traffic flow. That bridge, the what we call the new bridge out there, getting it straightened out. Because you're turning back this way and you're turning back this way. Talking about buying property out, you're only taking the corner of various properties. If you go up that way.
Move that red line over just a little bit to the left.
It takes out. I mean, I've already talked to the developer, and we're fine. I mean, I don't care if I got a 4-lane road next. That doesn't bother me. I mean, I know what's happening, it's going. Problem is, urgency that you're not seeing because y'all have not been out.
Actually, that's why I take care of y'all all the time.
I've been out there.
Then you know, we might as well take the stop signs out and let it stop. So, the thing that made the D&D, well, it sounds like we got a speeding problem. Well, yeah, we got a speeding problem. Yeah. But we're not gonna set a cop out there 24/7. Right. So, let's try to make it as safe as we can, and then address the speeding problem at a later date.
Bob, may I ask a question, please, sir?
Yes.
My understanding, this is not, we're unable to link this into the actual development, which is actually what's on the agenda, correct?
Right.
Okay.
It's a larger problem that you can't really address. You have to address this part of it as it relates to this zoning.
Okay, because no matter who develops out there,
Yeah.
this is still
Yes.
the natural issue. Okay, thank you.
So the different iterations that you looked at, if you have part of the subdivision bisected by a 4-lane road, could that not be shifted through Lot 8 and make Lot 2 and some other section of it back up more towards Mr. Gary's property to align that straighter? I guess that's what I heard from and we're looking at, to where you just end up buying or negotiating or whatever you're doing. Mr. Benz Miller is the only person that you're dealing with. That's not me. I'm not an engineer. I don't know, but I think that's what some citizens' concerns are. And frankly, I think it opens to the city that we're going to have a bigger problem as soon as this development's done, is trying to figure out how to fund purchasing whoever's on the south side of Stainback and Mr. Gary to help develop that. So
I think what it boils down to is, where is your connection point going into the subdivision? It's really all it boils down to. You're gonna be dealing with one property owner right now, either way. You're gonna be dealing with Mr. Gary or with Mr. Bensmiller for what they're doing to be able to get there. Whenever we get ready to widen Pratt Road further south, then we're gonna have to still deal with the property on the southeast corner of Steinbach and Pratt. Either way, because we're gonna have to widen Pratt out to the east. So it really just boils down to where do you want the connection point, Pratt Road going into the subdivision, where it's at now, or shift it over. That's what it boils down to.
Well, you know, I live out there, and, east side's been sort of a redheaded stepchild in the city for a long time. And you look at this thing, you're getting 147 houses with almost an acre lots on the thing, and they're, I mean, you got huge houses, $400,000 to $700,000 houses. It's gonna be the best development in the city. Now, I've looked at that road, and I live out there, now maybe people speed and running and things, I don't know, that's not the problem of building this thing, you know? That is not a big turn, that's not sharp, they're taking out 2 90-degree turns right here on Steinbach, on Pratt. We're worried about a little bend in the doggone road, I can't understand it, you know? That road is not that sharp, that turn.
And that's how they were lost.
But whatever, it is 147 homes, 400,000, 700,000.
And that's 1 acre.
This is a heck of a development. They're taking Bear Creek and they're cleaning that thing up and putting parks and walking trails. That's what the city tries to get.
Sure.
And
That's what this
I was
discussion is
thinking, if I'm living that thing, I'm not going down Pratt. I'm going up to Reindeer and hit 342.
Councilman Brawley, any questions or statements? You got enough information, gentlemen?
There was a comment made, I think this is kind of small for me in my end, but is that northeast? There's like go to your right. Yeah, in that area. So there was a question about that radius, right by lot 10. Other one, right there. There was a question or comments about that radius.
So that's the existing road, it'll still remain existing, but now it's really only existing to service these homes. So it's only gonna remain existing because we've got existing homes taking access off of it.
And then the property there too.
And then this vacant property. So we've gotta leave it there so that they have access, but otherwise the majority of the traffic is now going on the main road.
But they will widen up to the entrance point. So
Right. So from here to, I think about right here is the entrance, and then from here to about right here is the, entrance to that, and to this portion, and they'll widen that road to there.
Okay, I'm not the biggest fan of what I refer to as reactive development, which means once this is in place, the potential issues that it causes. But I also feel as if this particular developer shouldn't have to take that burden for what's already existing with Red Oak.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where my issue is. We punish this developer for a city issue, not necessarily a development issue with their proposal.
Everyone good? Any other statements? Okay, and again, in the comments for B and Z had passed, but those were the comments that.
Those were citizen comments. There was not a ton of discussion, from the P and Z members. It centered around what the comments from the citizenry was, which was mainly focused around what we've just been discussing as the alignment of Pratt.
Sure. Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, that's our issue that we're gonna have to tackle, and we're gonna have to tackle sooner than later. And yeah, we need to make it as appropriate as possible. So, I'll entertain a motion. Since we've closed the public hearing, I'll entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 22-014.
So moved.
Councilman Goodwin,
Second.
Councilman Franklin. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, aye.
Raleigh, aye.
That passes 4-0. Item 12, consider approval of preliminary plat of proposed planned development 135, PD 135, for approximately 147 single-family homes and associated open spaces on approximately 147.47 acres out of the Robert A. Lehman Survey Abstract 628, further described as being generally located on the southwest corner of Poe Road and West Pratt Road in the city of Red Oak, Texas. Case ES 22-05, requested by First Texas.
So this is the preliminary plat for the item we just discussed, and the plat it matches zoning as it was just approved.
That's it?
Yes.
No,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Let me know.
You know, I'm excited about the diagrams and stuff like that, so, sorry?
It's cool.
Yeah. I'll consider a motion to approve the preliminary plat for planned development 135.
So moved.
Councilman, Franklin, second by Councilman Goodwin. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, aye.
Raleigh, aye.
4-0. Item 13, consider approval of expenditure by the Red Oak Economic Development Corporation, ROEDC, the amount of $12,000 for the annual subscription to Placer AI for location analytic software.
So, and this is one EDC just passed earlier tonight. It is another tool similar to what we used with Catalyst Commercial, Jason Bloch. He actually will utilize this within what he does. But it's a third-party demographic and traffic analysis tool. So it lets you take the entire, geofence the entire city, or an individual business within a city, and determine what the amount of traffic coming through that store or the city is going to do business there. And it's just another third-party tool that EDC would utilize to be able to recruit businesses into the city. Nothing from the IDC on this, unless you're volunteering.
Oh, goodness. So we actually saw this, have seen it before at ICSC, and then we saw it last week when we were there. Got some really neat things. EDC went ahead and approved it, and so I want to ask for approval to accept that.
To approve the expenditure of $12,000 for the subscription to Placer AI.
An annual subscription, so entertain that motion. All right, Councilman Goodwin, Councilman Drake. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Aye.
Drake, aye.
Raleigh, aye.
That passes 4-0. And item 14, consider adoption of resolution 22-029R, the city of Red Oak, Texas, approving an expenditure in the amount of $650,000 plus or minus, by the Red Oak Economic Development Corporation, or ROEDC, plus additional costs, if any, for the acquisition of approximately 7.507 acres of real property generally located east of Yule Road, west of Interstate I-35, south of Red Oak Road, and north of the Oaks Boulevard, Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, and providing an effective date. Mr. Fuller.
This is another one that EDC, approved earlier tonight. We actually had this on the agenda last month, and EDC did as well, but there were some extras that EDC was requesting from the property owner. So this is the property out here by the pond, and including, the southeast quadrant of the pond. It actually comes down into that floodplain area. The lake, right, out here, yes.
Okay.
So it's the 7.5 acres right out there. EDC was initially trying to get just a easement to take the trail around the pond.
Okay.
But that was way too high. We actually went through eminent domain hearing, so forth, and it made more sense to EDC rather than to spend that kind of money just for that one little piece, to go ahead and buy the entire property so that it could be incorporated into trail systems and park systems, as well as to be able to have one developable lot out front. The one question that EDC held off on it was that there's 2 existing billboards on the site, and the... Non-conform, well, all billboards are non-conform. But the existing property owner wanted to keep those billboards for themselves. We've renegotiated, Bob worked with their attorney, and they are now at the point of giving up on the signs, so the signs will transfer over to EDC as well, at which point we can remove them at our pleasure. So EDC approved earlier unanimously, and if you all have any questions, let us know, but this has been one that's been in the works for quite some time.
It's been a thorn in our side. Any other questions?
Yeah, vengeance, you have gray hair.
All right. Questions, anyone?
No question.
Entertain the adoption of resolution 22-029R. I'm not sure who that came from.
Rolling Gray.
Okay. So, no, you can't.
I'll say.
No, you can't either. So we're gonna.
We had a tie.
We had a tie.
Oh, okay.
So that's why it was in stereo and I didn't know who did it.
Motion second.
All right, so Drake and Brawley.
He didn't get his hair in it.
Yeah, well, it echoes. Hello, hello, hello. All right, those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Drake,
Probably aye.
All right, that passes 4-0. All right, now we're at departmental reports. Can you switch back so I can see everybody? I feel like I'm talking to somebody.
Sorry.
Thank you. All right, Chief, Bland.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you may be aware, we've had crews out assisting with the Texas wildfires out west. Our crews have been out since March 18th. They started out the Eastland Complex fire, if you'll remember that. They've since then been to Mineral Wells, McGregor, Gatesville, Coppers Cove, and this morning they went up to Childress. Our members will be coming home on the 18th. The members that have been deployed, we've changed them out a couple of times. It's been Captain Lance Wilkinson, firefighter Randy Clark, firefighter Carlos Quinones, firefighter Justin Slovak, driver engineer George Guerrero, and driver engineer Sutton Jones. These guys have been working hard late nights, early mornings, and swapping back and forth and assisting with wildfires all over the state of Texas. Just like to applaud those guys for the diligent work they've been doing and serving our fellow Texans. Also like to bring up last Monday through Wednesday, Chief A.J. Yakubik, Captain Jared Usry, driver engineer Kirk Markgraf, firefighter Tyler Fain, and myself went to Appleton, Wisconsin to conduct the pre-construction of our new fire truck. This was a very intense process for some of those that have never participated in this before, where we cover every detail of every square inch of that truck. We spent those 3 days, 10 to 12 to 13-hour days, working on that, covering everything from lug nuts to apparatus compartment layout to where switches are going to go, the lights are going to be placed, and lots of detail going into that. We still are on track to receive that truck by the end of the year. I would also like to, regarding that truck, thank you, council, city management, and finance, for working with us and allowing us to prepay for that fire truck. As you know, the cost of material continues to increase, and shortage on some materials, and then shipping costs with the increased fuel costs and that sort of thing. What we prepaid for that truck in October, if we were to buy that truck today, it would cost us an additional $200,000 today compared to what we paid for it back then. So it just goes to show we definitely did our due diligence and saved some money. We were talking to some of the staff up there at Pierce last week, and if you order a truck today, you're not even going to receive it till 2024. So because of the shortages and things of that nature. So we certainly made the right decision at the right time and saved a tremendous amount of money. So one other thing or two other things I'd like to bring up is our crews did an amazing job on March 19th. We had a large grass fire off of FM 983. Our crews arrived. We had heavy wind conditions. It was very dry on that day, low humidity. Our crews quickly recognized it was a fast-moving grass fire in fall vegetation, and it was threatening several structures. With the help of Ferris Fire Department, Glen Heights, Lancaster, Midlothian, Novella, Palmer, and Waxahachie, and Dallas Air One helicopter. Yes, I did say Dallas Air One helicopter. They were able to set up structure protection and stop the fire from damaging any homes. Without the quick tactical decisions of our crews, our members would have lost several homes that day. So I'm very proud of our staff and the actions that they took that day that led to what could have been a great loss to many. So we have submitted our annual report for your review. If you have any questions, I'll take it. Something to note of there is we've had about almost a 21% increase in calls for service compared to last year. And obviously this has led to an increase in overlapping incidents. We've had about 28% overlapping incidents, which increases our response times and reliance on mutual aid services from other cities. So other than that, I don't have anything unless the council has any questions or comments.
Yeah, when we send people out, West Texas, where it is, but are we getting paid for that?
Yes, sir. We're getting reimbursed through the state of Texas. When they come back, we get reimbursed for their hourly rates, for any overtime, personnel expenditures, as well as travel costs, and they pay us for that apparatus, an hourly rate for that apparatus as well.
Great. Second question, how much does that dog truck cost in the first place?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that one more time.
What was the cost of the truck?
How much does that fire truck cost if we say $200,000?
$1.5 million.
I know they're expensive. Thank you, Chief, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you, Chief. Chief Wolf.
Our council, like the fire department, we submitted our 2021 annual report and provided that to you via email. It's also on our city website under the police department's transparency portal. As part of that analysis of that information, we also provided the analysis of all of our pursuits and our response to resistance, which is use of force. Both of those documents are placed on our transparency portal as well, depicting our interactions with the public with regards to vehicular pursuits and use of force. So those documents are there. I would encourage you, if you haven't had an opportunity to look at the document, review that information in the annual report. Both of those reports, I think you'll find them interesting. And I think the minimal amount of force that was used in our contacts over this last year really depicts the level of training that we're able to provide to our officers, which diminishes the necessity for use of force. There are those anomalous occasions that come up, but we were able to really minimize the amount of force that we had to use in the field against resistant or combative individuals. And I think that, again, that speaks to the level of training that we're able to provide internally because of our training budget. Aside from that, I'd be happy to answer any questions about the monthly report or the annual report if you have any questions.
I do have a random question. I get a lot of people ask about what can we do about the vehicles parked on the street throughout the city that have expired tags? Is there anything is that your department or code?
So code enforcement doesn't address anything that's on a public roadway. Those all get transferred to us either via the civic reporting service that we have, or it gets directly reported to us. I mean, we have an actual database and a spreadsheet that we use, and those are assigned to particular officers on each shift, and they address those parking violations. What we found is that most of the vehicles are not in violation of any state law or city ordinance with regards to parking. There are some that have expired registration, which we mark the tires. They have to be moved every 72 hours. If they don't move them within the 72-hour time period, then we'll apply a red tag. And if it's not moved within 48 hours, we'll tow it from its location if it has expired registration. We also try to make contact with those owners, inform them through our education attempts on why that vehicle is in violation. But we get a lot of complaints about vehicles that are parked on city streets. Some commercial motor vehicles that people think meet the definition by gross vehicle weight as a commercial motor vehicle, but it doesn't. When we get out there and we actually we run the tag and we get the returns back with what that vehicle was issued its registration tags for and what the weight was, that it doesn't fall into the statistical, or not the statistical, but the actual definition of a commercial motor vehicle. So there are just some things that we have to tell the people who are complaining about that it doesn't fall into the category of a commercial motor vehicle, and therefore we don't have any statutory authority to be able to remove the vehicles, cite them for the violation, or tow it.
Okay. So yeah, these are specifically for vehicles that are parked on the street, registration expired. I know you have bigger fish to fry, but I'll just shoot you an email.
Yeah, so we absolutely address those problems. Like I said, we'll mark the tires. We'll run the registration. We'll try and attempt to make contact with the owner. If we can't make contact with the owner, then we'll go ahead and mark the tires and tag it with an abandoned vehicle sticker. And after 48 hours, then we'll remove that vehicle and we store it as abandoned stored.
Okay.
If it belongs to an actual owner and they can't move it or move it themselves, then, we recommend that they contact their own record service to have it removed. And if it's not removed within that 48-hour time period from the roadway because of the registration violation, then we'll impound it, and in some cases, depending on the circumstances, we'll actually issue the citation for the expired registration.
Thanks so much.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Chief. Ms. Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just have 2 items I want to highlight from this month's report. First, on March 4th, we partnered with HR to celebrate Employee Appreciation Day by stopping by and delivering goodie baskets to each of our departments. While this was just a small way for us to show our appreciation to our staff, it was very well received. We're working with HR to see how we could partner with them to facilitate more of those small type employee appreciation events in the future. Second, this past month, we initiated an internal survey to get staff feedback on starting an employee newsletter. As of today, 34% of our staff has responded. That survey will close next week. At that point, we will review the feedback and then look at starting some sort of employee newsletter in the next 3 to 6 months. That is all I have. I will take any additional questions you may have on the report.
I have Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Hartman.
Mayor, Council, I wanted to highlight my permit team and our permit tech, and as well as our building official and building inspector. We issued 79 single-family permits in the month of March, which is the most we've ever done since 2010, back to when I have records. So in a single month, that's the most we've ever issued. And we've already issued this year through March 234 permits, which is more residential permits than we issued any year between 2010 and 2019. 2020, we had over 300, which it seems like we're going to easily surpass that this year. So we've just got a ton going on, and that was in addition to the commercial permits and other permits that we've been issuing. But in total, the month, it was almost $800,000 in permit revenue for the city. So got a lot going on.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot.
I think the highest we ever had about 356. We're gonna blow through that.
Wow, thank you. Ms. Monsivais, anyway, I'm sorry, I'm gonna learn it one of these years.
Yeah.
Monsivais. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just have a quick update regarding recruitment. This last month, we have added 2 new employees for the month of March, which included Miss Beatty earlier and facilities an event attendant. And right now, we currently have about 9 positions posted for applications. We've been working really hard on filling those vacancies in the city, and everyone's doing a good job at going through the processes pretty quickly. So that's all I have in addition to Alexa and city administration assistance with the Employee Appreciation Day. That went great with employees, and we hope to continue to have those little small gestures and be able to reach out to employees and thank them for their services, not just on these special days, but throughout the year. If you have any questions regarding our monthly report, I'll be happy to answer those at this time.
Questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Platt.
Good evening once again, Mayor and Council. Just a few highlights from the report. Revenues and expenses are in line with the 2022 budget. Many areas of revenues are trending up. As mentioned, the building permits. This, just as Ben was stating, that those are a record high in budget dollars. We have collected 114.27% of our budgeted revenue at this point, which is the halfway point of the year. And then that is 77.51% increase from last year at this point. So additionally, we've also collected 99.2% of our property taxes. Our sales tax for the month are up 15.74% and a little over 25% for fiscal year to date. So also we are starting our budget process for fiscal year 2023. We've been working on updating, preparing forms for that. And we'll be receiving some preliminary numbers from Ellis County Appraisal later this month as well. That's all I have, and I'll be happy to answer questions if you have any.
You say our sales tax at the beginning of the year, how much?
I'm sorry, I heard sales tax.
Says you're up 15% this month, year to date.
Year to date is a little over 25%. Let me look at the page here.
Thank you, Ms. Platt. Mr. Benford.
Mayor, Council, I just want a couple of highlights. We're still doing a lot of evergreen with changing out PCs and laptops. We've also ordered and configured the laptop for the upcoming new assistant fire chief and ordered the laptop for the new assistant police chief when they come along. Still working on Windows 11 upgrades. We did finish the detailed technology plan for Live Oak finally, so that's been completed, and I guess we'll be going out to bid soon. Working on the new budget strategic planning sites. We're going to use Microsoft SharePoint this year for that. I'll just streamline that process a little bit for Gloria. And we're in the process of reviewing applications for our open IT spot now. Any questions?
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Ragsdale.
Yes, I just wanted to spotlight a few things also. One that's not necessarily in the report The library does have an opening for part-time. I lost a part-time position. A person resigned, and so I do have an opening for part-time, 20 hours a week. We hope to fill that by the end of the month, and definitely fill it before we start our busy season, which is the summer reading club program this summer. I wanted to spotlight that definitely we're proud of all the work that we're doing with the Parks and Rec Department, the movies and the special events. And we're definitely excited about the progress of the new building, the Live Oak project, looking very forward to continuing to see that progress. We will start some fundraising. You might see some information coming soon. The Friends of the Library will start doing some fundraising for additional funds for shelving, and especially for some children's children's family-friendly furniture and family-friendly in-house activities for the kids to do. And finally, the big news that you guys voted tonight for the library to reopen. We're very excited about that, and hopefully you will definitely see the stats going up, because we'll have people in the library using the library the way the library should be used. So we do appreciate that. And unless you had any other questions, that's all I had.
No question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelly.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Just to highlight a little bit from this monthly report, coming up this Wednesday, 6 o'clock, right here in the backfield, we'll be conducting our annual Easter egg hunt. The bunny rabbit will be here for photos with the kids starting at 6, and the Easter egg hunt will happen promptly at 6:30. So everybody's welcome to come to that event. Then next Friday, we have another event here in the back.
We have a rainstorm issue. Plan is delayed, canceled, what?
It's gonna rain that morning, we're gonna be fine.
Okay, there you go.
We're keeping our fingers crossed that that weather happens early. This field is very, very compacted, so we shouldn't have any mud issues. Enough grass that it's covered. We will proceed as normal. If we do have to push off, we've got Thursday to deal with the pushback date.
Okay.
Then on next Friday out here, we are showing Peter Rabbit in the back. Fortunately, it's going to be a little bit later showing because it doesn't get dark about 8 o'clock. So from 8 till about 9:40, we'll be showing the movie out back. We've had really good response so far from the community with the other movies. One thing that was not in the report was I was able to get the confirmation from Texas Parks and Wildlife. They are going to donate 500 12-inch plus catfish for the pond. They're going to do a delivery for us on the 9th of June, which will allow us to have an event on the 11th. I'm not going to make it a huge event, but something where we can have participation with the kids and have interaction with them, making sure that they understand what they're fishing for, how to catch it, and things like that. So that was really good news. Yes, sir. Any questions for I can answer?
We've got a splash pad right at the east side there, Hard Road. There in Dallas this last year, they had a kid that got brain amoeba from that, not keeping that thing, chlorine in it. And I sure would hate to see that happen. I don't know whether she would probably work responsible for that.
So that'll fall on me. I did get certified as a certified pool operator just for that, because I could train our staff on how to treat that. The way we monitor that is we call a balance. So essentially in Arlington, what happened was nobody checked the water for over 3 weeks. The water was completely out of balance, and unfortunately there was a tragedy that happened from that. Although likelihood is very slim of that happening, it did. And so what we do is basically every morning before before we fire it up, we test the water manually. We have chemicals that are monitored with computerization, but you can't rely on that. So we test everything manually, and then we record that. And then the afternoon guy goes in, whether it be Tim or one of us before we leave, we'll go back in the afternoon, test it a second time to make sure we haven't lost our balance. Typically, those computerized, things, they're injectors, so they're going to only be able to inject so much chemical at a time. So if we've lost our chlorine balance, we'll manually add chlorine until that computer comes up, and then we'll test the water manually. But we keep that in writing, and we'll keep that record just to prevent anybody from having to go through what those parents had to go through with that tragedy. Absolutely.
Kind of one other thing, just so that council knows that it hasn't fallen off the radar, the analysis on the pond, the sedimentation, and how much to take out, he's working on that. I think we got the report almost.
Yeah, we got a report with some recommendations on the pond. We're reviewing those right now, trying to come up with a recommendation and see if what possible second opinion might be necessary. There's some options that we have with the report that they gave to us, and I'll just give you an update. They basically told us what we already knew. There's a high level of sediment on the north end of the pond, and then we need to do some sort of remediation in there. Yes, sir.
We never did get that cleaned out. We never got it cleaned out, when we cleaned the rest of it away.
Yeah, the last time we discussed it, council wanted to go ahead and do the study, trying to figure out, exactly where we need to take it to and how deep we can get it out, and so on and so forth. So that's what this report is doing, so we can bring back a recommendation.
But one of the good findings I did find in the report was that the pond itself has, throughout the heart of the pond, the central part is a minimum of 10-foot depth throughout. So and then when they were doing their prodding and poking, they did find that there was not necessarily a tremendous amount of sediment in the pond, in the main sections, but it was upstream, and that's kind of upsetting the balance of that pond with dragging all that muck and everything into the water. And so we'll review the recommendations from the contractor and then come back and give an opinion on where we think we should go with that.
We'll let IDC know what needs to happen. What? We'll let IDC know what we need to do.
I think IDC will jump on that. Just been wanting to do that for a long time.
Got 7 acres to put it on.
Yeah.
On the other side of the dam.
And thank y'all for the 7.5 additional park acres over here. I know that won't be 100% parks, but that'll be a really, really nice addition to this back here on the backside. So I'm looking forward to working with that.
Great.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Want to add to my report, just provide council an update on our Live Oak project. So the site work and the drainage, so the road, essentially the fire lane road, and additional parking and drainage. Update you on that project. There's not an active update as far as any activity. Essentially, the contractor, Raytech Services, filed bankruptcy, which informed us that they were no longer going to actively work on that job. So our immediate action at that point was to work within the performance bond, and so the bonding agency that has, provides that bond for the contractor. So, and that's kind of where we are at this point. The bonding agency provides a third party that we're working with now. Their name is Vertex, and so their organization will facilitate, in the end, bringing in on board the contractor that's going to actually complete that. So they're in the process of what they call is providing a reletting or building a reletting project package. So it's evaluating where the project is, where it stopped, and what, you know, what needs to happen to complete it as part of it. The additional, you know, just the fiduciary side of things, looking at what's been paid previously to Raytech and what's remaining. That, none of those things are going to affect us. The end result is, it's just extending the time on this project. So there's not going to be any additional expense from the city. It's just the additional time and the, and kind of our administrative side of putting this together and ensuring once Vertex, in this case, gets that, has the contractor selected, and then beginning that process again with the new contractor. That's kind of that's the same people that were doing the retaining wall? Yes. They're completing the retaining wall. It's actually, it should actually wrap up this week. They're not doing it, so they were doing the retaining wall, since that's an emergency project, it was not something that went out for bid, so they're not doing it as a bonded project. So, so they're not actually doing it under Raytech Services. They're doing it under they have another company that does kind of that kind of work, not bid projects, not, you know, hundreds of thousands or.
They have a subsidiary that's not under the foreclosure that's finishing the project.
And so are our engineers making sure it's being done right? Engineer, or is there a third party that's looking at that?
Yeah. Construction.
Yes. So it was engineered. The new wall going in was engineered. And so our construction inspection is actively ensuring that every detail within the design criteria of the plans for the new walls are being followed and met. So. Okay.
So with them not foreclosed, bankruptcy, how would we have any type of insurance or any type of make sure we're covered in any event of any issue? It's funded. It's funded, okay, yeah, but it's funded.
You talking about the wall?
Right.
The wall's not, but the wall's not.
It's a different company.
It's a different company.
It's an affiliate of Raytech that is doing that one that is not in bankruptcy.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks.
I'm getting a lot of complaints from Rugged Road over there, and that hidden creek or whatever it is. And I wish you'd take a look at it, see if we can get it a budget. Yeah, we can't do anything this year, maybe next year. It's about a quarter of a mile is all we gotta worry.
Pretty good on the study.
Yeah, so remember the road study?
No.
Okay. Well, at least you're honest, there was a road study.
No, it did include Rugged, that's why I don't remember.
Well, it did. It did.
It's on there.
Okay. And so it was identified as one that needs to be addressed.
Okay. I'm jacking with you.
Yeah, but
He just didn't remember it if it wasn't on there.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Phillips. You got a PowerPoint for us?
I can put one together really quick if you like. So a couple of updates on the new City Hall building. Some of you were able to make it out to the wall breaking, which I wanted to single out Communications and Tourism. They jumped in at the last minute and helped pull that event off. I don't think anybody that was there really noticed, but we had a few hiccups, and they were able to pull some things off and really turn that around. So appreciate the teamwork there. Project's going along fairly well. The demolition on the interior side of the building is almost complete. So they've been moving pretty fast. All the walls that are coming out are down. All the ceiling grid is out. In the areas the ceiling grid is going to be removed. They were released last week to start working on the concrete cuts for changes in the slab. So there's
a couple of restrooms added, and floor boxes being put in different rooms, like council chambers and different things. So they're getting, they're moving fairly quickly. They've already started, if you've driven by, the exterior demolition is underway as well. At the end of last week, they started removing concrete on the approaches. And so if you'll remember back a couple meetings ago, we had to have an ADA survey done of the approaches. And so the north area failed the inspection. And so we're having to redo the concrete approach, put a new curb in. And so they started that demo. And then the same thing on the east side, not as much, but there is still some areas that will have to be redone to change the slope for accessibility purposes. So all that seems to be going fairly well. We did run into our first material delay. They had some trouble getting all the metal studs needed. If you saw in the report, there were photos of they started actually putting the metal studs up. They found some more last week, so that was good. I'm not sure if they found all the metal studs they need for the project, but they are finding them as they go. And then the last issue that came up recently was we found a couple of areas, load-bearing areas that were of concern. So we had to bring out a structural engineer to look at those two areas. And so we received the structural engineer report last week. And we are going to have to reinforce those two areas with steel columns. And so we're waiting for cost estimates back on that. So that may be coming back to you as a change order. But it was essentially a failure in construction. So one area didn't have the proper expansion joint all the way across. So one side was moving, the other side wasn't. And then the other area was just incomplete construction. They didn't take the block completely all the way up. It's literally being held on by half of a cinder block. So things that we need to get addressed before we obviously close up the building and all that. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, give you more detail.
We're trying to get the kiosk done,
so
where we can get
yeah, so we did get some good news last week on that front. For example, here we have our utility billing drive-through. Well, over there at the new building, we don't have a drive-through like we do here. So we were able to utilize some COVID reimbursement, and Gloria was able to work with a company to purchase a kiosk. So basically, it's going to be a drive-up, it's kind of like a reverse ATM. It'll take your money, not give you money. And so,
you know we're on
I'll leave that one alone. But so anyway, so you can pay water bills, court fees, that sort of thing at this kiosk. So we were able to pay with that with COVID reimbursement, and Gloria let me know last week that they've extended the deadline as well for reimbursement of the construction of the kiosk. So we're going to do a stone facade closure with an awning. We're going to orientate it to make sure it's not facing sun, east or west, so that, we don't have any glare issues when people are using it. So I think it'll be a nice customer service piece. It'll be 24 hours, 7 days a week. Of course, we'll have security cameras out there, but you can pay cash, check, card, all the normal methods through this kiosk. And it'll be fully reimbursed through COVID.
When do you expect that thing to be finished?
Well, it's a 12-month construction period, so we're still expecting potentially March 23.
What's going on with our chambers here?
I'm sorry?
Our council chambers?
Uh-huh.
What's going on with it here?
Currently, there's a couple things going on. Currently, we haven't been in there because of spacing, right? It's pretty tight in there. So the plan, I guess, you're asking whenever we
leave this building, or?
Right,
Okay.
well, yeah.
So we're looking actually at possibly reusing the existing dais and taking it over with us, just making it bigger, to fit the room that we're gonna be using as council chambers. So the mill workers are looking into that. The only reason we would do that is if it was to save money on the project. Currently, the way the project is bid with a brand new dais. So they're looking at, okay, if we take the dais out, move it over there, rebuild it, reconfigure it, does it save us money? And so hopefully get that answer back any day now. We've been asking for a while. If it doesn't save us money, obviously it makes no sense to do that. So, we actually, Alexa and I met today, looking at the old floor plan of this building and future use and things like that. So, I think she's gonna be putting, an item in the budget for you guys to consider, maybe doing like a feasibility study for this building, so that we have a plan moving forward. Once we get moved out, you know, how do we handle this building? Do we, you know, what do we reconfigure? What's, you know, best use of space? What, you know, what kind of activities can you hold in the building if it's just, you know, a event center versus office areas, you know, those sorts of things. So we're working through that right now. But I think the idea would be to utilize this as a event rental space, meeting space, training room space for the kids.
One of the things that Jonathan and I were talking about just today even was, it seems like, at least for me and him, it's easier for us to sit here and talk back and forth, kind of in more of this horseshoe format as opposed to the dais. And there, it's got a little bit of a horseshoe, but it's hard if you're down on this end to see who's talking down over here. So we're trying to talk about how can we design this thing a little bit better over there so that we have more visibility, so that William can see Michael down on the other end of the dais, and we put Ben in the corner where.
Yes.
But anyway, I wanted to kind of get y'all's take on that. Do y'all like it where you're laid out a little more of a dramatic view?
Most of the cities I see are done in a sort of circle.
They are, but a little bit more so than what we have over here.
Oh, yeah, I mean, but we don't have that over here, more or less straight.
Pretty straight. There's a
Just a little curve, but not much.
But I mean,
It just needs
most of the cities.
area behind you.
Right.
And
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
So that's.
Anything you can live with.
So anyway, that's kind of the other thing we may let y'all look at before we move.
All right, anything else? Good? Any other questions, gentlemen?
No questions.
Okay. So the time is, 9:28, and we will go into, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, 551.087, 551.072, and 551.071, and 551.074. And we need
Lee and Bob and John.
Lee, Bob, and Jonathan.
Police reporter.
And that time is 9:28. There you go.
There's a few that need your signature as well.
Glad he's coming back.
Right. I know, me too. I really
executive session.
And it was,
11:10.
yeah, 11:10.
You're live now.
We're good? Okay. So the time now is 11:11, and we will reconvene back into open session. And we do have action items to take care of. And
Mayor and council, as a result of the executive session this evening, I would ask you to consider a motion to direct the city manager and finance department to look at salary adjustments for the rank and file employees.
I'll entertain that motion.
So moved.
Okay. That's Councilman Brawley. Second was Councilman Drake. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, aye.
Raleigh, aye.
That's 4-0. Second,
Mayor and council, as a result of the executive session, I would ask the council to consider a motion to instruct the city manager to implement a adjustment in salary to reflect market for his leadership director level positions.
okay. Entertain that motion.
So moved.
Okay, Councilman Franklin. Councilman Drake. Any other discussions?
How about Ben, if we get Ben and leave,
That's part of the instruction.
Part of the instruction.
Yeah.
Okay. No other discussion? Entertain the vote.
Franklin, aye.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, aye.
Raleigh, aye.
That's 4-0.
And finally, Mayor and council, as a result of the executive session this evening, I would ask you to consider a motion to approve annual amendments to the city manager's employment contract for the next year, beginning pay as of April 1st, 2022, in the amount of $250,000, reflected in a base salary of $241,400. I'm sorry, $241,000 and a $9,000 in health incentive to include a wellness provision in his contract to include primary and secondary care in both full and non.
Okay, I'll entertain that motion, please.
So moved.
Councilman Goodwin.
Second.
Councilman Brawley. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, aye.
Raleigh, aye.
That passes 4-0. Is there any other action that needs to be taken out of closed session? Okay, I'll entertain a motion at 11:14 to adjourn.
So second.
That was Franklin, everybody stumbling, and Councilman Drake. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, aye.
Raleigh, aye.
All right, that's 4-0. Gentlemen, thank your spouses.